Okie dokie. Back to the guide. Where we last left off was... I think we need to get the Dragon Lord's stats. I feel like that's about all that we have left. There can't be much left. Aside from getting, like, level stats. It has been a while since I last worked on this, yeah. Good morning, Faust. I got derailed by... It was when 11 came out on the Switch, wasn't it? I think that's what derailed me. Oh man, are we almost capped out on gold? We're almost capped out on gold. We're so close to being capped out on gold. Oh, I need to get these treasure chests too. And why didn't I start with the number 1 on this map? Curious. That definitely Erdrick's sword. We can update that. Was it Builders 2? Yeah, you're right. Builders 2 came out. I started playing that, and then I was working on, like, extra stuff in Builders 2, and then 11 on the Switch came out. Well, DQ Swords was a weekend thing. What up, Aura? How's it going? Good morning. Oh, you know what I was gonna do? I was gonna include chat on this. Hang on, let's add that. Add window capture. Add restream. It's not working. I'm having issues with yeah. Okay, never mind. I'm having issues with OBS this morning. It took a while to get it to capture Firefox, and in the end, it wouldn't even capture Firefox. I'm just using a blanket monitor capture. Good morning, Firewolf. Ya bastard. Good morning, John Vosberg. Hello, hello, hello. I think I need to update OBS, but I'm not going to do it right now. Not going to do it right now. Okay, so we're close to level 23. I feel like you know, no, we'll probably hit 23 on the way in. Yeah, no, I'm level 22. I'm riding high. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Firewolf shows up and my OBS doesn't want to work correctly. Ah! That is amazing how you do that. I sound like the guy from that Home Alone movie that's in the movie. Which Can you elaborate on that? John has been playing Pokemon Swords and Shield. Well, I hope you're enjoying it, John. Which movie? There's 4 of them? No, there's 2 of them. Did they make more? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Between Game Freak's lies and the Dexit stuff and everything, I'm giving this one a hard pass. We'll see what they do with the inevitable foil and buckler sequels. The guy who goes, "Get out of here, you filthy animal." Oh, that guy. That guy. Okay, right. I don't know, it's "Keep the change, you filthy animal." That was the line. What happened with Game Freak? Oh, God. Are you not familiar with hashtag Game Freak lied? There's a list. Okay, so how much of the Pokemon Sword and Shield drama are you familiar with, Aura? Are you familiar with the whole Dexit thing? Oh, there was a 5th Home Alone movie. It was made for TV on ABC. Yeesh. Yeesh. I like the first 2. Those are great Christmas movies. You're familiar. Okay, so basically, Game Freak's excuse for removing so many Pokemon was that they had to, redo the sprites from the ground up and everything. And then data mining showed that they were, in fact, using sprites from Hey You Pikachu and from Sun and Moon. And basically, a lot of their excuses for why they were culling the roster were just lies. If they just said, there's a lot of Pokemon, it would be really hard to balance, and we want to provide a cleaned up experience, I think people would be more understanding, because it would have been an honest answer. But instead, they lied, and they made excuses. It doesn't look great compared to other Switch titles. And this is, a flagship Nintendo series, and it just seems very lazy. It feels like a 3DS game. And there's nothing wrong with that, but the fact that it's a $60 game instead of a $40 game, and they culled, more than half of the roster for a bullshit reason instead of just giving a good reason. Just the whole thing was very poorly handled. A lot of their roster choices don't make any sense. For example, Stoutland is apparently not in the game. Stoutland being a Scottish terrier, and the game takes place in a fictional version of Scotland. I have a theory that it was a 3DS game since Masuda said he thought the Switch would fail. Then they ported it to the Switch and added in the wild area. I can see that, yeah. And I still hold firm to the idea that all of this is directly related to... I don't remember my way through here now. It's been a while. I still feel like this entire thing is directly related to Satoru Iwata not being around to assist Game Freak, because he helped out on all of the Pokemon games Gold and Silver onward, because Game Freak doesn't have anybody who knows how to code in the same brilliant way that Iwata could. There have been excuses about balancing it for multiplayer, and, you know, that's bullshit, because let's be real, Pokemon has never been well balanced for multiplayer. Pokemon is about as balanced as Capcom versus SNK 2. That is to say, not at all. But you know what? That's fine, and the different competitive groups have always come up with their own balancing. Like the Smogon rules focus on creating tier lists and outright banning certain broken strategies, but I don't believe that the official tournaments for Pokemon have ever been well balanced. That's why you saw, you know, Rayquaza in every single fucking team for the longest time, because it's not balanced. But you know what? It doesn't have to be fun. And when everybody is playing with a broken team, nobody is. Ah, a blue dragon draws near. I don't remember. Do these things cast anything? God, it's been too long since I played. No, no spells. I have not listed any spells. Mm-hmm. Was Hop the rival from Sun and Moon? Because I liked him. Your rival in Sun and Moon was great. But you can see a lot of the effect of Iwata's passing in Sun and Moon as well. Like, look at how poorly optimized those games were. Horrible, horrible slowdown in those games. The 4-player battles were freaking impossible to play because they ran at like 5 frames per second. Hop is the new rival. How? That's right. How was great. Haven't played Sun and Moon. I liked Sun and Moon, but you can really, really see that that's where it started to come apart. Wait. Where did I wind up? This doesn't make sense. Oh, did I go through another floor and not pay attention? I totally went down another floor without paying attention. Where am I going? I want to say I'm going to O, right? Yeah, I need to get... So yes, O. Yeah, Colosseum wasn't too hand-holdy. God, Colosseum was rough. Colosseum's one of the hardest Pokemon games I think I've ever played. That game is brutal. As someone who will buy anything Pokemon XYs when Pokemon started getting stale, I mean, I can kind of see it. I liked X and Y. It was okay. I felt that Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire was like the last really, really good one, which is funny because I didn't like the original Ruby and Sapphire all that much. Gale of Darkness is your favorite Pokemon game. It has the fun stuff from Colosseum, but not as much of the grind and brutality. Oh, man, it sounds like I should play Gale of Darkness, because that was my biggest problem with Colosseum, was how grindy and brutal it was. Colosseum was like Nuzlocke challenging. It was so time-consuming to get through that game. And back when it came out, it was the only way to get those gold and silver Pokemon. So, I mean, if you wanted, no, Ho-Oh was the 100 battle challenge. What was, what did you get for capturing everything during the game? There was another one. You love the original. You were disappointed by Oris's what? Oris? Well, you know, opinions. I disagree with you. Oh, you just used the Game Shark to get Ho-Oh and Lugia? I did the grind in Colosseum. I did the 100 battle challenge to get Ho-Oh. And then I looked at playing XD and I was like, it's just Lugia. Do I really want to suffer through another Colosseum game to get Lugia? I didn't realize that it fixed all of Colosseum's problems. There's also a Jirachi bonus disc for the US. Yes, I have that, actually. I have the pre-order bonus disc for Jirachi. Apparently, it's worth a fair amount of money now. Well, fair amount. I mean, it's not like, you know, Pokemon box value, but it definitely has some value to it. Oh, no! So, Red Dragon's no sleep. That is something we had not put into our guide yet. No, not sleep. God damn it. I wanted to use stop spell. Stop spell. Would I do the 100 battles again? How did I just pronounce? I pronounced Lugia. Lugia? I know that some people pronounce it Lugia. What's the Japanese name for Lugia? Lugia. Shoot, I don't know how to pronounce it now. You guys have ruined it. Let's go to Bulbapedia. Oh, it is Lugia. Okay, so I've been pronouncing that wrong since Gold and Silver came out. It's pronounced Lugia with a hard G according to Pokemon the Movie 2000. Yes, because 4Kids is known for totally accurate adaptations. I did that grind too this year, but I just transferred Weather Trio from Emerald and Steamrolled everything in Mount Battle. There were still some tough fights in Mount Battle. Like the last 10 fights kind of had me sweating. But yeah, I brought over my my team from Ruby and Sapphire and Fire Red and Leaf Green. I was still sweating. There was a Gligar near the end of that run that was incredibly terrifying. You sense some sarcasm about 4Kids? No, there was no sarcasm there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Can he even be stop spelled? That's 2 failures in a row. Okay, there we go. Oof. Okay. That's fine. God, they suck. 17. Yeah. I feel like most of our data is 90% correct. Hey, Super Sorrow, what's up, man? Sapphire is one of your favorite games. Gonna have to fight me on that. So, here's the thing. Ruby and Sapphire were the original Dexit. I was incredibly brokenhearted when those came out, and I found out I wouldn't be able to transfer over my characters from Red and Blue and Gold and Silver, which, you know, I'd had for years. Isn't 4Kids the team that did Sailor Moon and made the villain lover siblings? No, that was Deke. Ah! You know what? Microsoft Excel would have figured that out. Soon grew to love it, and then Fire Red and Leaf Green came out. See, yeah, I didn't really get into Gen 3 until Fire Red and Leaf Green came out. Do I remember Ultimate Muscle? I remember when it came out, I didn't watch it. Alan, what's up? You missed this? I missed working on this. And I know that I haven't finished the bonus content on 11. But this is what I really want to work on right now. Who knew that Ultimate Muscle was part of another series? I did. That's been around for ages. Ages, ages, ages. I think that Ultimate Muscle started in like the 80s as something else. There were really cheap plastic toys way back in the day for it. Ha. Jerk. Of course, they didn't change half the lines in Sailor Moon, so instead of just being lesbians, it implied they were incestuous lesbians. Yeah, that was the best part, when it made them cousins. But they kept in some of the lines, so then they just turned into really close cousins. You're both girls? I thought one was a guy. Oh, Sailor Uranus? No! No. Totally a lady. If you're thinking of the scouts who turned into guys, it was the Sailor Starlights. And they were guys before they transformed. And part of the transformation was that they turned into girls. I was a bit of a Sailor Moon fan, by the way. I think one of these is a cursed belt. Yeah, Breach. One of these is a cursed belt. The other cursed item in the game, the necklace, that's the one that you get in the mountain cave. That one is like a 1 in 10 chance of getting it. But yeah, this is the belt. What is this? Number 2? Oh, right. Take. Empty. $536 gold. Whoopsie. What's going on? Why are you being dumb? Magic key. Deke supported Wincest. Deke was the originator of Wincest. There were 2 villains who came with a giant tree, and they were supposed to be lovers, but they were siblings. Oh, that was Alan and Anne. That's the Doomtree saga. And yeah, I remember in the localization that they were brother and sister. I'm not familiar with the Japanese version of the Doomtree arc, so I don't know if they were lovers originally. Are the gold chests arranged in this one or a set value? They're arranged. All right, box 5, wings. I keep using search instead of take. Cursed belt. There it is. This one's nice enough to tell you that it's cursed. Cursed belt. Did Sailor Moon also do Tree of Life? No, it was a Tree of Death. It was a Doom Tree. which is pretty close to the plot of R. In fact, the villain in R looked a lot like the same species that Alan and Anne were. Alright, so we found the cursed belt, which we need to sell and get its value for. Empty. Okay, so that's it. We've mapped everything except the world map. We haven't done the world map yet. That one's going to be... I feel like I'm going to have to do that one in chunks. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So X-Death? Kind of. I don't remember the details of that season. Beats the hell out of dodging Shanks and Build-A-Bears for Black Friday. Dude, I have always treated Black Friday as a stay inside and avoid going outside day. I don't go anywhere on Black Friday. I will not do it. You cannot make me. Who shops on Black Friday anyway? Perry used to. Perry used to go Black Friday shopping with her mom. Lexiel also used to. There were a lot of people who really get into that shopping thing. You can buy this belt from me. 180 gold. You know what? That is more than it is worth, sir. Wait, lists. Equipment. Cursed belt. Sell price 180. Wasn't there... Oh, did we not find the necklace? Oh, man, we need to go grab that so we can get the stats on the necklace. Later, Andre. What else do we have? We can get rid of the wings. Oh man, they really saddle you with a bunch of extra stuff in this, and there's nowhere to put it. Okay, so we still got to get to level 30. We still need to get the necklace and get the value on that. Not you. We're almost done. And then the rest of this is going to be like creative stuff. Like I'm going to go back and hand draw the maps. I might try doing monster sketches. I don't know if Perry's going to be able to do those now. We'll see. Maybe I can get her to do the cover illustration. Ah, that sucks, Oust. I know that has happened during, like, on this channel. I've gotten the necklace quick. I don't think I got it on this run, though. 1 in 16? I don't know that it's 1 in 16. Hang on. Let's check the map. Yeah, no, see, we got 105 gold out of the chest. So we'll run it again. We'll grab the item. But first, a quick break. I will return momentarily. Okay, I'm back. What are we listening to? A Dark Cloud remix. Nice. We talking about game sales right now? Grandia 2. I really liked Grandia 2. I've actually been looking for an opportunity to do a Grandia 2 LP for the channel. That was a fantastic game. Funny thing about Western Cave is so many people are unaware the dungeon respawns the chests. There wasn't much cause to go back and grab chests again in this.
The night was cold and bitter, he was looking for an inn, when the devil shined before him, showing off an awful grin. The demon spake you frozen, and he nodded to the beast. A feast so small the dark one said, can make you laugh and feast. Come within these walls of mine before the frosty bide. Grab yourself a bottle of wine and drink it with delight. Come within these walls of mine before the frosty bide. Let me table you with yourself another pint. Well, the young man said, don't bother.
There's also the bug to make these chests infinitely lootable over here. I don't think that one's too well known either. I only found out about it after I started the channel and was like actively researching stuff about speedrunning this game, and there was a conversation regarding that and whether or not it was worth going for. No. The answer is no. It is never worth going. It's terrible. Wasn't much cause for the Western Cave to begin with unless you're playing blind and stumble on it. Well, if the fighter's ring frickin' worked, it'd be fine. What's for breakfast? Well, I already had a bagel. But when Perry wakes up, she's going to be making pancakes. Shouldn't the guide explain the glitch enough for completionists' sake? Well, here's the thing about the guide. The guide that I'm planning on writing isn't going to be a complete and total breakdown of everything in the game. If I'm going to explain glitches, then I have to explain systems, and I have to explain calculations, and I want the guide to be more of like an in-universe kind of journal or guide. You know, if an explorer in Alefgard were to chronicle his exploration of Alefgard, that's what this guide is going to be like. Have I heard of retroachievements.org? I think so. Is that the one that's got... There's an emulator out there. Is this the one that I know? Yes, this is the one that I know. They have, like, emulators that have achievements for classic ROMs. Yeah, it's cool. Hey, Amiga Star, what's up, man? Now then, if I can remember where I'm going, you'd think that after playing this game so many times, I'd be able to find my way through it, no problem. But no. Okay, we want to get to B. Alright. Hey, Rob! How are you? That's right, it can also link to RetroArch, which reminds me, I was gonna add that whole thing to my Raspberry Pi console that I built, and I never did. This chest respawn too? Oh, it did. Wow. I think all the chests respawn. I don't know that they always have things in them, but they do. He should die just right out. Yeah. Check our monster list for Drakimas. Okay, yeah, that's in line. That's in line with what we have. Am I still considering including the Switch version of DQ1 in this guide? I am. Or at least including the updated maps. I don't know. The problem... So, here's my concern about doing both the original version and the Switch version, is that the Switch version has very, very different rewards and stats. So I feel like each of them deserve their own full guide. The Switch version has, you know, the new maps. They're very, very different experiences. At the same time, so going forward, like, you know, when I make a guide for Dragon Quest 2, am I going to have to make a guide for both the classic and the new one? Because there's some major changes in the new one, including, you know, the stat rebalancing. And 2 is one that's changed the most over the years, because basically every version of 2 that has come out has rebalanced the stats further and further and further. So going forward, you know, do I want to do an all-encompassing guide for each of these games? Do I do a guide for each individual release that the game's got? Or do I do a full guide that covers every release for each of these games? How much work do I want to put into it when I don't know how successful this one's going to be in the first place? Vanilla DQ2 is torture. It is delightful, delightful torture. Oh, damn it, we got gold. Yeah, only a partially shared guide. Like, after DQ1, at least all the dungeons are pretty much the same. Like, the dungeons don't change much across the franchise. There's some stuff in 4 that's different. Oh no, 7 has some major changes. Yeah, I'm using Google Docs for this. Just because it's there and it's easy to capture. Yeah, I have tabs. Make separate tabs for each game. Well, I have separate tabs for everything in one game. You know? So, like, I've got... This is my sheet for lists, and I've got a tab for equipment, shops, stats, magic, monsters, and then for maps, you know, I've got a different sheet for each floor of the maps. So, I don't know. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish just the vanilla Dragon Warrior 1 guide. And then based on whether or not this thing is a success, then I'll go forward and work on more of them. Determined by what people liked about the guide, what they don't like in the guide, and what they'd like from the guides going forward. I don't want to... you know, bust my ass any more than I already am to make this, like, magnificent, all-encompassing Dragon Warrior and DQ1 guide if only 2 people wind up buying it, you know? Damn it. Give me the stupid necklace. I'm pretty sure it's a necklace. I could swear that there were 2 different cursed items in this game. If it's the belt again, I'm going to be real confused. Before anyone asks why I am using Radiant, it is because I have the game muted so I can listen to this music instead of Dragon Quest chiptunes all day. So I can't hear the wall bumps. It's not that rare of a drop. How am I going to handle distribution? I'm looking at stuff like Lulu. There's a couple of print-on-demand sites. Damn it. I'm gonna make a print version available to patrons of a certain tier, and I will probably just order those myself and mail those out myself. And that's how I'll probably do like signed copies of the guide, is it'll be a special patron reward for anyone who's doing like, I don't know, $10 or more. Oh man, we hate when you're still playing Phantasy Star 2. How many signed copies do you get, Firewolf? I am real surprised that a skeleton attacked me. Isn't Repel turned on? Aren't I level 22? Do skeletons not care? Mother... It sells for a huge amount of money. And with the 100 gold that you pick up on every run, like, this isn't a terrible way to spend your time, but unfortunately, while you're doing this, you're not getting the XP that you could be getting. And getting through this game quickly is also very, very dependent on reaching level 19 as fast as possible. Which by the time you hit level 19, if you're grinding appropriately, you'll have purchased all the best gear also. You gave up and never looked back? No, we hate when... Aw. I get it. It's a rough game. It's an incredibly frustrating game to get through. Do you see now why I'm hesitant to do another Let's Play of it? Or another Let's Play of it? I played through Phantasy Star 2 once, and I feel like I never want to do it again. Yeah, so Repel's been doing jack shit in here. Maybe Repel doesn't work in caves. Ah! No. Tool. Yeah, like, anecdotally, it doesn't seem like Repel is doing much at all. It might just be lowering my encounter rate, but it's certainly not blocking it. Not as frustrating as Nier. Well, there's a difference between a game that was designed to just kick you in the ass and a game that was just poorly designed by a 12-year-old who thinks he knows what edginess is. It wasn't even edgy. It was wannabe edge. God, that game's a piece of shit. I'm sorry. Let's not turn this into another stream talking about why Nier and Yoko Taro are hot garbage. Ah! I don't know. I'm not keeping track. Because in order to get an accurate idea of what the actual drop rate is for the item, we'd have to run it. Oh, probably 100 times. Just to even get, you know, close to accurate. And I don't want to do that. I just want to, you know, put in, yeah, you have a rare chance of getting a cursed item from this chest. How great was Phantasy Star 4? Ah, Phantasy Star 4 is so freaking great. The biggest issue with Phantasy Star 4 is that it's better if you've played Phantasy Stars 1, 2, and 3. And as good as 1 is, and as well as 1 has aged, 2 is brutal and not pleasurable to play through. 3 is mostly just boring, but not bad. So 1 out of 3 of the games that make Phantasy Star 4 even better is the only one that's really worth playing before playing 4. Why are you talking about One Piece? I followed One Piece for the first year of the manga, and I haven't read anything on it since. 2 and 3 really make you wonder how 4 happened. I can see 2 being successful when it came out. When 2 came out, you really got your money's worth for that game. But yeah, 3 seems kind of weak. I think that 3 actually has a bigger fan base in Japan. Oh my god. Yeah, like, 3 is playable. You can play 3 without feeling like it's just got a death grip on your balls the entire time. 2 is just incredibly stress-inducing. Even with maps, it is easy to get lost in 2. The encounter rate is absurd, and the monsters are just like constant Ronin encounters. It is bonkers how hard that game is. Not hard. Hard assumes that it's being fair. 2 is unfair. Yeah, and because 3 is like, it's shorter. Well, I understand why it's shorter, because there's multiple routes. So it's much closer to an actual RPG length if you play through all the routes to see all the possible stories and endings. I didn't think you knew what One Piece was. Oh yeah, of course I know what One Piece is. I just don't care about it. Ah! With how big Final Fantasy IV was at the time, I can understand how Phantasy Star survived. Well, yeah, I mean, it gave the kids with a Sega something to play while all their friends were playing Final Fantasy. And it was also really unique in, its science fiction take on the RPG series. We don't see enough sci-fi RPGs. Like, Final Fantasy has its sci-fi elements, but, I mean, how many pure science fiction RPGs do we get? Not a lot. Especially sci-fi JRPGs. Mother... This is what we're doing today, guys. Have I played Parasite Eve? I played like an hour or two of the first one. Very interesting game, very interesting combat mechanics, but that is the extent of my experience with Parasite Eve. I was interested in going back and playing the Parasite Eve games, but I hear that after the second one, the series just like took a nosedive in quality. In the interest of staving off a meltdown later, are we sure we're checking the correct chest? I am 100% sure this is the chest. Absolutely 100% certain this is the chest. So Star Ocean is a full-on sci-fi RPG? I mean, I know we got stuff like Xenoblade now. There's the Xeno series. Will I stream Half-Life Alyx? I don't have a VR head set up for my PC. I just have the PlayStation VR stuff. Should I clip that just in case? Shut up. It's like you guys don't trust me. It's like you think bad things always happen to me when I play Dragon Quest games. You know what I just noticed, guys? This is kind of an interesting thing. The floor, the brick flooring, isn't animated at all. It doesn't move. It just draws the walls moving. But the bricks are actually a background that doesn't scroll. Yeah, Mary, Star Ocean Second Story is Mary's favorite game of all time. I think it is. He bought me a copy of it. But he also sent me Nier Automata. So, I don't know how much I can trust him. You made 12 dives and had no luck. My first marathon for this channel, I found it in this cave. Like, that's still on YouTube. We can check the VODs. Secret of Mana? Esther's Dreams. Huh. Sounds like Secret of Mana. It's the chimes. That right there, the chimes in the background. Very Secret of Mana sounding. Still to this day, never used a melodic. I did, like Breach, I did the grind to catch a Phoebus. I got melodic in Pokemon Ruby. I did the fishing for it, where there were like only 6 squares on the map that could have a Phoebus, and it was random, which, well, not random. It was based on what your cool phrase was, which 6 squares could have a Phoebus, and then you had to max out its beauty stat. I still have that fucking thing. Doesn't matter though, because it's probably not in Sword and Shield, so. Oh boy. Oh boy. It is? What about Shuckle? Is Shuckle in? This is important. Mawile is it? What? Why is Mawile in? I mean, I say that, but there's probably some Mawile fan community out there. Holy shit. Shuckle is in? Wow. Okay. Okay, so that's something. Now, how do you get Shuckle with its hidden power? Because I need contrary on my Shuckles. I have no reason to come over here and save. Ooh, love disc. Hidden power doesn't exist anymore? What? Hidden abilities are all through max raids where you team up to take down a Dynamax version. And then you breed them down. Are raids like event things? Do you have any control over what you're encountering in those raids? That Druin just got blown the fuck up. Oh, hidden power, the attack is gone for balancing? Ah! Hidden power was, like, such a hallmark move for competitive play, though. A little control through save quitting. There's nodes where they happen. Each node has a different pool of Pokemon. Okay. That doesn't sound too bad. It'd still just be easier to bring over my Shuckle that has Contrary that I already worked really hard to get. Please! Oh my god. I'm getting skunked! Getting rid of hidden power for competitive lets people not have to build around it in meta. I mean, it does remove a headache. But it was never a game-winning move. Like, hidden power is just a way of giving yourself, you know, some of that, some type coverage. That's really all it was. You're never using hidden power in an ideal situation. Should be able to bring it over after Pokemon Home is released, but I guess that has its own issues. I haven't heard anything about Pokemon Home. And do I really want to get another Pokemon service? I was already paying for Pokemon Bank. which was fine, by the way. Ah! I swear this is the chest. I swear this is the chest. And they also got rid of the global trade system, which... the global trade system was such a good idea. Motherfucker. It'll let you bring over Pokemon if there's a version of it in the game. That's not good enough to me. I just want them to be like, okay, we're going to add a national dex in the next version of the game. Here you go. And then I'll be like, oh, sweet. Now I might consider getting it. But at the same time, I'd really just rather get Dragon Quest monsters. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills right now. Will the crazy pills give me a higher chance of better RNG? You'd think. But they have not. Am I misremembering this? Am I misremembering this? Am I misremembering this because this is the chest that also triggers the glitch in Tantagal? Okay, I'm really questioning my own sanity right now. Hang on. misremembering nothing? No, this... I have to make sure I'm not crazy. How is this? This guy's got the death necklace here in this chest. Oh no. Was I looking at the wrong... Oh no, it is listed here. Or the death necklace. No, I do have the right one. I have the right one. Okay, yeah. No, I'm remembering correctly. I'm just getting skunked. Everything online you're looking at points to a 1 in 32 chance. Yeah, but I want it now. I want the goose that lays the golden eggs now. Get out of here, slime bess. You did confirm. Yes, that was me reading what you wrote. You know what I'd also really like to do? I would love to do an MSX playthrough of this game. Just to be like, just to say I've done it. I've played through Dragon Quest on the MSX. That would be really... Calm down, Veronica. Veruca. Veruca Salt. I know it's an unpopular opinion, but I feel like cutting the number of Pokemon made the game more approachable. Number of Pokemon has gotten so out of hand, new players will struggle to understand what's going on. So, I have two counters to that. One, if that had been their reason for cutting Pokemon, it would be much more acceptable than lying about it. Two, just do what other games in the franchise were starting to do, where the National Dex wasn't available for like the first month or two. Where it was, the Regional Dex is available now, we will add in support for the National Dex and Pokemon Bank a month or two after launch. So there's two counters to that argument about making it more approachable. Yeah, there's almost a 1,000 of the monsters now. And yeah, there's like 600 mons in this game anyways, so that's still going to be, too high and unapproachable if that's, a reason for doing it. But let's be real. Every entry in the Pokemon franchise has sold more than previous entries, and they've only gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. The adults who are purchasing the games because they've been playing them for decades are happy to see what changes have been made to their old favorites and what new Pokemon they can add to their teams. New people coming into this series, the kids, they don't care that there's 1,000 Pokemon in there or the number sounds cool. I don't think a 10-year-old is going, what? There's 10,000, there's 1,000 Pokemon? That sounds like too much. I want to play something else instead. And I'm just not sold on the idea. But, again, it's Game Freak, and this isn't the first boneheaded idea that they've had. And the quality of games in the franchise have a tendency to, hills and valleys. Every once in a while we'll get a really good generation, and then the other generations are kind of meh, that have a couple of their fans. There are some people who really love Black and White too, and for me that was a definite low point in the series. On the other hand, I really enjoyed the X and Y and Oris generation, and a lot of other people hate it. And it's not like, Sword and Shield isn't doing well. It is the fastest selling game in the entire franchise. It's the fastest selling game in the largest selling franchise in video game history. It's not like they're struggling, but it's started to move away from what I look for in my Pokemon games. Ah! $23. Thanks for counting, Rapid Amoeba. Since I brought it up, what did I not like about Black and White 2, and what did I like about Oris? It felt like Black and White 2 was poorly balanced. It was a very, very grind-heavy game, especially compared to Black and White. And I don't feel that making a JRPG grindy is a good way of making it harder. Beyond that, it wasn't different enough from Black and White 1. Just could not get into it. I mean, Black and White was okay. But to me, like, Diamond and Pearl really got me back into the series. And then we got Heart Gold and Soul Silver, which was just icing on the cake. And then it felt like such a huge step back to go from Heart Gold, Soul Silver to Black and White. It didn't help that the method for transferring over your Pokemon from Gen 4 into Gen 5 was kind of clunky. Because there's like this weird mini game that used the touchpad. And touchpad anything on the DS was usually a bad idea. Unless we're talking about like Nintendogs. Oh god, Dawn of Sorrow. No! Dawn of Sorrow destroyed my touchpad. Ugh. The final boss in that? The hardest part was just drawing the goddamn sigil on the screen. You had to do it fast, you had to do it accurate. That touchpad was not incredibly accurate. My stylus scratched up my screen playing Dawn of Sorrow. It was... still... God. You know, I'd forgotten about that. Why would you bring that up, We Hate When? The worst part about doing this right now is we're not even getting enough XP that this is even remotely worth it. I should have done this grind earlier. I should have done this grind earlier. Does Sword and Shield require Nintendo's online service to play online? Shit. It is definitely easier for me. I am blowing through everything. It does also require Nintendo Online, which isn't a good deal for me. If I was a heavy Switch player, Nintendo Online would make sense for me. But I'm not. I jump around from system to system too much. And really, the only way that I feel like Nintendo Online service is worth it is to do, like, the family plan and go a year at a time. And that's just not a great deal for me. Especially when with, like, Xbox Live. I mean, you can say what you want about Microsoft, but they'll prorate your Xbox Live subscription if you want to cancel it early. I mean, you do have to talk to support, but Xbox Live support is actually really good. I have never had a bad experience with Xbox Live support, and I went through 3 bad Xbox 360s. Playing Tetris 99 is, that's the big one for me. That's the one that most makes me want to get Nintendo Online. It's the Battle Royale that I want and need. Battle Revolution was really good. I liked Battle Revolution. A lot of people didn't care for it at the time because it wasn't, you know, particularly content heavy. But you also got to remember that when Battle Revolution came out, that was our first official online Pokemon battling game. And it's what got me into, like, learning how to play Pokemon correctly. Because holy crap, my first time going online in Battle Revolution, I got crushed. I did about... Battle Revolution came out. I was hype as hell. I was super excited for it. I brought my team over. I played 3 matches and I got crushed in every single one of them. I just got swept every time. And then I hit the books. And then I came back like a month later with like a proper team. And I don't think I got to finish a single game of Battle Revolution. I'm pretty sure, like, if there was a way to go back and check your stats on Battle Revolution, I would have 3 losses, and then everything after that, my opponent quit. Because I hit the books, and I came back with a Taunt Mewtwo, and people didn't like playing against Taunt Mewtwo. Damn kids with, like, their teams consisted of Rayquaza, Dialga, Palkia. So I come in with Taunt Mewtwo, right? They get salty. Ah, where is this thing? You do not need Nintendo Online for Warframe. I can back that up. Nor do you need Xbox Live or PlayStation Network for Warframe. Another shout out to Digital Extremes for being one of the best devs out there. I love them so much, and I love their work on Warframe, and I love their commitment to providing steady content for that game, but I'd really also love to see a different game come from them. Like, if they could make us another Unreal Tournament, that would be incredible. And yes, I am aware that Unreal Tournament is a Epic Games property, but all of the best Unreal Tournament games were made by Digital Extremes. You know why Battle Revolution is great? It's not entirely made by Game Freak. It's not, really? Oh, I knew Colosseum was made by Genius Sonority. Maybe Game Freak just really needs to bring in an outside dev to help them with the Pokemon games. A dev that knows how to program. I'm going to say it, Colosseum and XD are overrated. Overrated where? I never see Colosseum and XD on a top 10 list of Pokemon games. I think that they're good for what they are, but I wouldn't say that they're overrated. Final Fantasy VII is overrated. I don't see people lining up for Colosseum and XD remakes. They did have Mirror B. That is a strong argument, actually. Battle Revolution was also Genius Sonority. Bring them back. I'm not saying handle the entire development of the game. I'm just saying, you know, enable Game Freak to provide us with a quality title. The same way Satoru Iwata used to. Because they clearly need assistance. Game Freak can do really good things when they have assistance. But they can't work on their own, and they've made that really clear. There are people clamoring for a remake. Well, there's not an abundance of them. Personally, I'd rather see a remake of Diamond and Pearl. Ooh, I would come back for a remake of Diamond and Pearl, actually. Ooh. Ooh. I got chills. Diamond and Pearl is so good. So good. I know not everybody likes Diamond and Pearl, but I loved it. In fact, you know what people want more than a Colosseum and XD Gale of Darkness remake? People would like another entry in the digital version of the trading card game. Ah! Oh, please! Oh, it's starting to physically hurt me. My problem with remakes now is that they'll be using the new hand-holdy formula, so it'll be a shitty version of Diamond and Pearl. Oh. Like in Platinum, where they nerfed the crap out of Cynthia's Garchomp, because too many people complained. Too many people complained about Cynthia's Garchomp. I mean, that thing was a beast, but... You know, just go in there with a faster sweeper that's got Ice Beam, and you're fine. You are literally fine in that fight if you've got a fast sweeper and Ice Beam. It's all you need. Her Spiritom's kind of a dick, though. I had more trouble with her Spiritomb than I did with her Garchomp. They have TCG Online for free. Yeah, but it's not the same. The Game Boy Color game had, like... It felt like you were playing the card game. You were, you know, traveling around. You were going to different places where you could play cards with people. You were earning packs. The current version of the online card game requires you actually buy packs and then redeem the codes online, which I think is a great idea if you're playing the physical version of the card game. But if I don't want to play the physical version of the card game, which I don't, I would rather just take another Game Boy Color version of it. Come on! Spiritomb has no weaknesses. That is true. Yes, that is correct. That's one of the reasons why Spiritomb was such a pain in the ass for a lot of people. But he certainly wasn't unbeatable. Ray, what's up, man? On hand-holdiness, we got to remember that while we're all at least in 20s, if not 30s, we're not the target audience. They're making it for kids that can barely read and are likely picking up their first video game. That is a fair argument. I can agree with that. So maybe I'll take back what I said about Cynthia, because if I found that fight kind of difficult, then I imagine that Caden, who is 8, would quit there. Because he gets pretty frustrated with losing in video games. That's why he's never finished a video game. Kids these days have too many games available to them. They have a hard time focusing down on one. Ugh. Pokemon? Ray, you used to be a big Pokemon fan. Or are you just complaining about Sword and Shield? Because if you want to complain about Sword and Shield, I mean, this is a good place to do it. I've been complaining about Sword and Shield too. No, Tide Pods weren't just a meme. There were some kids who were hospitalized for eating Tide Pods. Some kids actually did do it. It was a very sobering experience for me when I had to take the kids aside and explain to them why they should not eat laundry detergent. But I remember having like similar conversations with my parents, where my parents would take me aside and they'd explain something to me that's like, yeah, I know to not do that. I'm an idiot. And they're like, okay, well, we just need to, we need to do our due diligence. Oh no, your 3DS was stolen? I'm so sorry, Ray. Yeah, I wouldn't go back to Pokemon after that either. I'm not saying there were a lot of incidents. I'm saying there were like 2. It was mostly a meme, but there were 1 or 2 kids who were stupid enough to do it. I don't buy that. Kids aren't stupid. Oust. Kids might not be stupid, but they can behave pretty stupidly. We got to give kids more credit. And oftentimes I will. That being said, I have seen my own kids make some pretty boneheaded moves. when I was a kid, I did some pretty stupid things too. So you might want to roll it back a little bit on just a blanket statement of saying kids aren't stupid. I think that kids, as a whole, most of the time, aren't complete idiots. But gosh darn it, they have their moments. Oh, you're talking about video game difficulty. No, I still stand by it. Some kids just... And here's an example, and I hate to pick on Caden with this, but... So, he's really bright with, like, schoolwork and math and stuff. But playing Dragon Quest XI, which is the easiest entry in the franchise, he hasn't gotten out of Heliodor yet. Because he refuses to talk to NPCs and read what they have to say. So that part where you have to climb up on the roof and cross the rope to get to Dirk's place... That's where he is. He has spent 3 hours walking all over Heliodor trying to figure out how to get up there. And I pointed out to him, if you go to the map, there's a mark on the map for who to talk to for a hint to progress. And most of us didn't even need that. We were told, hey, find a way up there. And most of us were like, the roofs. But an 8-year-old who's never really been properly challenged before in a video game, it's... Man, it's hard to watch. Where am I going? What am I doing? Did I open up the treasure chest? I got so distracted, I did open up the treasure chest. And like... I've done everything except directly tell him, climb up on the roof and cross the rope. I've done everything except directly tell him that, because I want him to figure it out on his own. Like, I've walked him through. Open up the map. Okay, do you see this pink dot here? Okay, that means that character has a clue for how to progress the story. And then I had to walk him through how to follow the map to find that character. And then I had to walk him through talking to the character. I was like, okay, talk to him and he will tell you what to do. And Caden talked to him and he hit X a few times and then he walked away and went back to wandering around town. So, again, I think that kids can be very bright. That doesn't mean that kids are always very bright. That was number 35. Oh my god. Thanks for counting, Amoeba. Firewolf, I want you to leave. Leave. Lower your patronage. Something. I never should have put a price on a curse. This is awful. What happens if more people patron at that level? Let's find out. Quick. Everybody who's watching. Pledge $100 a month. Let's see how much worse this gets. I will get surprised by a poltergeist, put to sleep, and then sleep locked, and then nickel and dimed by 1 damage at a time until I die. My point is that Pokemon is insulting even to kids' intelligence. Now, I disagree with that. I disagree with that. Seeing how tutorial heavy they are, and watching a kid who has a hard time focusing try playing a game that involves reading, I feel that they are hand-holdy enough. That is a lot of love I am asking for. I know. I'm not being, I'm not being too serious. At the same time, I would not complain if that were to happen. I might, because right now I'm pretty annoyed with Firewolf, because I feel like we should have gotten this stupid necklace already. If you want, I can drop down to a lower tier and you'll only suffer for another day. Ah! Come on. At the very least, give us the option to remove the tutorial bullshit if you've played Pokemon before. Now that is a solution. Just ask at the beginning of the game. Are you new to Pokemon? Have you been playing Pokemon for years and are a fully functioning adult? That is a much better solution. Give the option for the tutorials. Dusk, what's up, man? Call them at 3 o'clock in the morning, tell them your Rattata is in the top 1% of all Rattata. Calm down, Joey. Although, that's actually kind of close to you, Ray. I recall getting a couple of late-night texts updating me on your Pokemon team. Be like 2 o'clock in the morning. Hey, I caught a... Jesus Christ, Ray, go to sleep. Back when I think Black and White came out, and you were getting more into the competitive battling. I have to pee. I am back! Oh, you're fine, Oust. It's... I mean, Pokemon fans are going through now what plenty of other series fans have gone through. Halo fans went through it when Master Chief Collection and Halo 5 came out and were largely awful, and they've only recently got around to fixing Master Chief Collection. There is no GBA remake of Crystal. Oh, a fan game of it. Okay. Well, there's no official remake of Crystal, which is a shame. But, I don't know, there were certain things about the older Pokemon games that were definitely really hard. Okay, let's talk about Misty's Starmie. Let's talk about Sabrina's Alakazam. Let's talk about some of the Elite Four encounters. I mean, some of the original Pokemon stuff was brutal. And I was a teenager when those came out, and I still found some of them pretty tough. It took a bit of grinding before I took down Lance. And then motherfucking Gary Oak shows up. Oh, man, and look at fans of the Final Fantasy series. I mean, God, that series has had all sorts of ups and downs. We Dragon Quest fans have been incredibly spoiled as far as quality main series games have been concerned. But this is going to happen to us too. One day, Yuji Horii, Akira Toriyama, and Koichi Sugiyama are all going to have passed on, and we're going to have different people in charge of these games. They are not going to feel the same, and for a while they're going to be okay. And then Square Enix is going to take more and more control over development, and the series is going to lose its magic first. And then it will eventually just not be good. I know nobody wants to hear that. I don't want to say it, but it's true. They would have to take, like, they're going to need some Disney-level rules, like, rules written down for how to approach development of the Dragon Quest franchise in order for this series to continue keeping this quality. They need a freaking rule book on how to develop Dragon Quest and maintain this kind of consistent quality. And unless they do that, and unless they stick to it, we're gonna see a quality drop. I said mainline games. Stop bringing up DQ swords. The hell's the matter with you, we hate? You know, the spin-offs, we can expect to see a variety of, you know, quality entries in the spin-offs. We're not talking about the Star Wars movies, Ray. Because again, hot take, Star Wars fans take Star Wars too seriously. And Last Jedi didn't do anything wrong that the original trilogy hadn't also done wrong. Fight me. The best piece of Star Wars media is Knights of the Old Republic. The only Star Wars movie that's even close to qualifying as a film is Empire Strikes Back. The other ones are fine for what they are. I just lost some subscribers. I could feel it. It's as if thousands of voices just screamed out and then were silenced. The new trilogy is awful and just poorly written. I mean, you know, it's better than anything Lucas ever wrote. John Boyega got drunk, lost his script, and found it on eBay. That's hilarious. The only okay movies were 4 through 6. Disagree. 5 was good. I'll defend 5. I feel that 5 was really good. I felt that 7 was really good. I like Star Wars, like, overall, but for the most part, the franchise is pretty consistently campy. I actually like Episode 3. Aside from some really awful lines, Episode 3 is pretty watchable. Yeah, I'd say that the movies, and I mean this, I'd say that the Star Wars movies are honestly some of the worst parts of Star Wars, and that includes the original trilogy. Am I going to see 9 when it comes out? Absolutely. I didn't have a problem with Last Jedi. I thought Last Jedi was fine. I didn't like it as much as Force Awakens. I thought Rogue One was damned good. Like, Rogue One was excellent. I don't understand why people didn't like that one. Solo was a lot of fun. I enjoyed watching Solo. I'll probably watch The Mandalorian once all of it is out. Or at least, you know, a season is out and then I can binge it. I can get what people don't like about 8, but any complaints about 8 have to be leveraged at the rest of the series. All of the cherry picking to find issues with 8, like, you can cherry pick the rest of the series just as easily. You can cherry pick the original trilogy and find the same problems in the original trilogy that people have with 8. It definitely did have some pacing issues, and it straight up felt like Episode 2 when they were on the casino planet. Like, I would fix that entire arc of the movie. The only good part about that was the introduction of what's his name's character? The guy who stabbed them in the back at the end of the movie. I liked his character. That was good. I like that. I know a lot of people were upset that he didn't turn into a good guy. But, I mean, he was very honest about what kind of person he was. He's a war profiteer. Of course he's going to sell them out. Ah! Ha ha! Ha! There it is! Oh, yes! All right. We should add that to our achievements list. Do we have that on there? Defeat a metal slime, rescue Princess Gwaelin, reach level 30, put a monster to sleep, prevent a monster from using magic with stop spell. Hey, thanks for the sub, Amoeba. That took way too long. Sell a cursed item, equip a dragon skill, equip a fighter's ring. Be released from a cursed. Slay the Axe Knight twice. Find Orwick and Orwick's girlfriend. The old man in coal declares you are ready to fight. Accept the Dragon Lord's deal, but thou must. Find Howard and Nestor. Obtain 65,535 gold. We're going to locate the death necklace on there. I think that deserves to be on the list. That was brutal, man. All right, let's find out how much this shit sells for. Like to see your reaction at the end of an at odds shiny hunt. Man, I don't hunt for shinies. Shinies hunt for me. Every time I've LP'd a Pokemon game, I've gotten a shiny. Before I started LPing Pokemon, I'd only ever gotten one shiny, and I spent a weekend resetting for it. That was to get my shiny Blaziken on Emerald. You clipped it for me? Thanks, Kiba. Appreciate it. All right. Now let's sell it. That was rough. I was not expecting to spend 2 hours this morning looking for a rare item in Dragon Warrior on the NES. A rare item that isn't good for anything except to sell, and we're capped out on gold. I feel like there's a message in this somewhere, but I don't know what it is. $1,200 gold. Effectively 6 gold. Hashtag worth it. There. I did all that work for this strategy guide, and it was something I could have easily looked up on GameFAQs. But now we have confirmation for ourselves. I did this. I did the footwork. Yeah, you were pretty close on its value. Okay, let's save. Let's start beating up the Axe Knight. We gained almost 2,000 XP on that. Are we forming Esper on PSO2? Probably. Is that what our clan was called on PSO? It's been such a long time. I'd have to pull up my guild card and check. I got my GameCube memory card running around here somewhere. Okay. Onward to Hawksness. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na! Thanks for the sub, we hate. And RPG Rusty. Oh! Rapid Amoeba, you handing out gift subs? Thank you so much, man. You made these 2 hours really worth it. I should commission Perry to do another GIF. If you guys could have another stream notification GIF, what would it be? Keep it Dragon Quest themed. What would your stream notification GIF of choice be? Oh, I forgot. Perry's starting a Patreon for the webcomic that she's begun work on. You gave a sub to the cursed one. That's right. I forgot. There are custom emotes. You guys have access to custom emotes on my channel on Twitch now. No Saigan scream? Do you really want that as a gift? I do love both of those. I don't know that they're appropriate for stream notifications. I don't want people to subscribe and then be greeted with that face. They will leave immediately. They'll just leave right away. We're like, I like this guy. I'm going to subscribe to him. And then they're greeted with screaming Saigan. Those are the emotes that I am able to add right now. I've done what I can with Twitch emotes. Is it worth putting him to sleep at this level? I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure we can just take him out in 2 hits. He only does 10 damage to us. Sometimes not even that. Just wish I could one-shot him. Like, that would make this so much more simple. Ooh, sometimes 3 attacks. He only did 2 to us that time. Can we have Eric screaming? For gift subs, a gif of the Dragon Lord laughing? That'd be a fun one to do. Uh-oh. IR to sleep. Is the grind worth it here at this level? At this level, yes. Checking it before, it wasn't really worth it with... Oh, we gotta record these stats. Before, it wasn't really that worth it because we still took so much damage that there'd be a lot of downtime between fights. But now... we're getting over 100 XP in less than a minute, which is really good. We can kill him in 2 or 3 hits. He's a hell of a lot safer to fight than anything in the bottom levels of Charlock. And we can force the encounter in 2 steps. Dual Magus laughing. I like the idea of doing Dragon Lord laughing because he's got a much simpler design. And it would translate better into that art style that Perry used for Aaron. She might be willing to do something with Sylvando. Maybe I could get her to do Sylvando's shimmy when he was making fun of that dragon in his peacock outfit. New idea for gift subs. Have Sai read the ending to Dragon Quest III. Is that a long ending? I can't remember. Oh god, I can't remember the ending to DQ3. It's been too long. I've played too many Dragon Quest games. If you really wanted to punish me, you'd have me read the ending to Final Fantasy 1. That goes on for 20 minutes of slow-rolling text. Yeah, we only occasionally have to heal more. Every couple of fights. We step out, we step back in, we kick his ass again. Oh no. I wasn't paying attention. Hang on. I wasn't paying attention. Mute that. Mute myself. Can I go back? Go back. Okay, good. I can go back. This is a little meta. That's fine, I got it. Is that it? Is that the level? That's not the level. Zoma summoning lightning? That could be cool too. Making a guide is hard, guys. How about the Copa stuff with YouTube? Oh man, I have some opinions on that, let me tell you. Okay, okay, okay. See, I even went to the right page, and then I got distracted talking, and I just mashed through it. Because I'm a dummy. Go. 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 God, why am I so slow? How can you guys watch this? Oh my God. I'm so mad at me right now. This is like the most mad at myself I've ever been. That's a lie. Come on, man. Power increases by 2, response speed increases by 4. So, 89, 94. Talkie, 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 talkie. Talkie, 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 talkie. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Well, I guess from there it's just max HP and max MP, huh? Yes, we're fine on that. Okay, let's check our max stats. 148, 153. And then I'm pretty sure it's going to be 42,000 for our next level. But let's go check with the king and just verify. It should just be 4,000 every level from this point on. Could I have just looked at the stats page? Motherfucker. I could have. Man! I am bad at this. Oh man, Undertale. Let's talk about Undertale for a second. A game that I have not played, but I have now formed an opinion on. Based on the way people talk about Nier, and based on the way people talk about Undertale, and based on the way that people talk about Earthbound, I've decided I no longer want to play Undertale, because people talk about Undertale the same way they talk about Nier, and they also compare it to Earthbound. My experience with Nier Automata, well, you guys were there, was not fantastic. My experience with Earthbound was pretty freaking underwhelming and kind of disappointing. I am no longer interested in playing Undertale because of that combination of facts. Yep. 42,000. Is it even possible to get a 255 in stats? No. You could probably do it with a Game Genie. You could probably do it with a Game Genie. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had overall game design and writing put me off as much as Nier Automata did. Everything about that game, aside from the music, was shite. Combat would have been fine if not for a shitty camera. The shmup stages were boring. Why are we talking about Nier? I don't want to talk about Nier anymore. It was a massive waste of my time. It doesn't deserve the reputation it has. Maybe with a Game Genie, but why? I don't know. I'm wondering if you had 255 attack power, how many turns could you kill the Dragon Lord in? Like, within the parameters of the game, within the possible stat parameters of the game, and I'm just talking about, like, the coding of the game, not what is achievable through legitimate gameplay, but within the parameters of stats within the game, how fast can you kill the Dragon Lord? It's an interesting question. Metal Slug, anyone? I like it. I'm a fan. My favorite is the first game. I was working on a 1cc run for it. I can only get as far as level 5 on 1c, on 1 credit. And then level 5 just gets kind of ridiculous. And level 6 even more so. You've only played Metal Slug 2 and 3, the remake of 2, X. This is such a better game. It has frame rates. Do not? Rude. Ooh. Yeah, no, I do realize that starting stats and growth stats are based off of what you name your character. Yeah, no. What I'm tracking here is to provide an estimate to players. And it's going to come with the caveat that names in Alefgard seem to have some effect on, you know, the personality of the person. Something in universe. I'll come up with something. Because it's going to be an in-universe guide. It's not just going to be like flat stats of everything. Everything in the guide is designed to be an estimate. The maps definitely are going to be accurate. Shop prices and, you know, weapon stats are going to be accurate, but most of the other stuff is just going to be estimates. Because I wouldn't be able to get accurate information on that without diving into the code. I'm going to be real honest with you guys. I don't have the faintest idea how to go about diving into Dragon Warrior's code. And even if I could, I don't know that I would understand it. All right, night-night, Ray Ray. Good morning, my love. And goodbye. Welcome back. Did you sleep well? Did you put the dog out? She hasn't been out yet. She's been unconscious this entire time. She's like super worn out from yesterday. Yeah, I know that there's a stat generator, and I know that there's a formula for it. It's just, it's not something that I want to include in the guide itself. I feel like including too much of the behind-the-scenes stuff would affect the flavor of the guide, and I want the guide to be enjoyable to read, not just as, you know, a useful companion to playing through the game, but, you know, as a work of, you know, fictional writing drawing from the game universe. Reminds me, I need to finish editing that short story I was writing. You Patreon subscribers can see it. You're a dick. You're a dick. You're a dick. There it goes. How many tries did it take? I think it was 42. Was it 42, Amoeba? You were the one keeping track. It was 42, yeah. The answer. The answer. I absolutely sold it. What am I going to do with it? Wear it? I'm also really curious to see if there's like any real major stat growth between levels, you know, 21 and 30. Like, is there good reason to grind to 30? Will it make the Dragon Lord that much easier, or is it still effectively the same fight? Is the stat growth negligible at that point? Oh no, Firewolf, the curse definitely lingers after you leave. I was not aware that Chrono Trigger had a symphonic soundtrack. I dig it. Did you know what the first 2 hours of this stream was? Trying to get a rare item drop. Like the only thing in this game that's like, the only item in this game that's randomized. It took 42 tries. It was absurd. We still doing pancakes? Oh no, you forgot about the pancakes. If we're not, just say so and I'll have another bagel. Tomorrow morning, I let you sleep in. Remind you how. Okay, I will demand pancakes tomorrow morning. That's what I heard. No, that's exactly what I heard. Here I was, telling everybody how excited I was for pancakes this morning. Now you make just fantastic pancakes. It's fine, I'll go heat up a bagel. Perry's gonna throw something at me, I'm gonna stop. Where's Reggie? Reggie moved out like a year ago, man. He still shows up on stream from time to time. And on the 3rd, I'll be streaming some Halo Reach with him. That'll be on Mixer. Ugh. We're gonna do Lasso. Lasso might have to wait until the evening. But if we're not streaming Lasso during the day, we'll probably be doing Legendary, or we'll be doing some multiplayer. Oh my gosh, Kona, what? You need to go out? No, Mama just let you out. Mama just let you out. What? You don't appreciate that reference, but I can guarantee you it was brilliant. Do you still need to go out? I am talking to the dog, yes. Okay, this is actually, we're making XP pretty quickly. I'm thinking 2 levels an hour at this rate, just guesstimating. We could hit 30 today if I just, like, sat down and did it. Okay. Short break. I'm gonna make myself a bagel. Put the dog out again. I'll be back shortly, guys. Enjoy the music. Currently, we're listening to a remix from Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance. This track is called Swingin' with Death by Nase from Overclocked Remix. Alright, I'm back for more of the grind. Hooray! Also, I have a bagel, so I'm going to be on mute, so you guys don't have to listen to me chewing. You're welcome. Okay, I'm back. Bum ba bum ba bum bum. Do 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 do. So something I noticed when I was playing through the new Dragon Quest is that while they put the scorpion nest back in, the Axe Knight no longer reappears. I'm wondering if it would be best in that version to hold on to Garen's harp. and grind up a bit before going to Charlock. I'm also wondering if Garen's Harp can force an encounter with the Axe Knight if you're standing on the right tile. We are getting unlucky with sleep now, but I still feel like this is the fastest route. Ow! You know how much damage Hurtmore does? There's nothing you can really do to mitigate it aside from casting Stop Spell, which is a giant waste if they decide to not cast anything at all. Alrighty, British idiot. See you soon. Don't breathe fire. No. Lame. Prefer to do only one trip to town per level. I don't know if we're quite there yet. I feel like we're right on the cusp of getting more and more one-hit kills on this thing. Will I do a comparison? What's the difference between this version and the Switch version? So, new to this channel, but an avid Dragon Warrior runner and randomizer player. Curious on the grind to 30. I am currently in the process of writing a guide. I wanted to see what the process was like for writing a guide from the ground up. So I am playing through Dragon Warrior 1, which is probably the game that I'm most familiar with. And I'm documenting everything I can on it in order to write a guide. This guide will be available for free digitally. I'm also going to make a print version available. It is going to have hand-drawn maps. And it's going to be kind of an in-universe reference book to Alifgard. Like an explorer's guide to Alifgard. But part of that is also including getting to level 30 and seeing what kind of stat gains there are. And I know that there's already this information available online, but I want to get like the full experience of what goes into making a guide. Also, welcome to the channel. I think we can hit the next level before we have to go back to town. Yeah, if you're a Dragon Warrior runner, like, maps mean nothing to you, because you have it all memorized in your head. This is more intended to be kind of a companion book. It's something that goes on a shelf with your Dragon Warrior collection. Because, I mean, let's be real. I'm not going to be able to track down anything, any information that the Dragon Warrior speedrunners don't already, like, have burned into their psyche. I can't imagine anybody who's speedrunning this would use a torch at any point in time. Like, regardless of whether or not you're doing the RNG manipulation, just, if you're playing this game often enough, why? The dungeons aren't overly complicated. And you're graced with that beautiful thump noise whenever you run into a wall. So, you know, it's walk a while until you hit a thump, turn. Walk a while until you hit a thump, turn. How much to the next level? Does Gwaelin's Love let you know? I don't believe that it does, but my next level is at 42,000. It looks like after... From level 16 to 17, it's 4,000 XP, and then since then, it's been 4,000 XP for each level. Might use a torch because bonking could cost you frames if you're not familiar with the layout completely. Well, I mean, how many frames are you losing to bonking compared to frames you're losing to turning on a torch? I did spend 2 hours looking for the death necklace just so I could sell it and see how much it sold for. Again, easily looked up online, but I want to be sure. Of course he puts me to sleep. Like, how many bonks does it take to equal using a torch? Oh, we're almost there. We're almost there. I don't think we need to heal more yet. Now we will heal more. Or not. Or maybe only did 1 damage. Oh, no, that's 10. Alright, fine, we'll heal more. We only need, what, 8 for return? It's not a big deal. We're gonna level on the next fight, so it's fine. You're a punk! Your mother was a punk. Your father was a punk. You're a punk to the core. You'll always be a punk. You're born a punk and you'll die a punk. Courage and wit have served thee well. Okie dokie. So, another 3 points. Our power. Agility. Went up 4 points. Max HP. 153. 161. So we are getting some gains. I just can't see any reason to actually grind out max level beyond tormenting yourself. Didn't I run through the dungeon initially to map it out? Yes! Okay, so counting mapping it out, it was 43 tries to get the death necklace. Oh, Amoeba counted it, so it was 42. All right. I've been wanting to learn the blindfolded run that Mr. Holmes does. Wow. People are incredible. I love people. They do such interesting things. At some point in his life, he woke up, he's like, you know what I bet I could do? I bet I could speedrun Dragon Warrior blindfolded. Whoa, man, calm down. Christopher DK. Good evening. You must be across the pond. It's morning here. A DQ1 guide, next step, DQ7 guide. Ha! Maybe. You know, if people like this and if people actually pick it up, then yeah, I'll keep making them. If people don't, then, you know, I'll find something else to work on. Yeah, it's another 4,000 XP. I'm even going so far as to playing this on an actual cart. On an NES. To make sure that everything is as accurate as possible. I'll probably buy every DQ guide you make. Thanks, Oust. So that's one sale. I need to check and see how much the cost of printing is going to be. And I'm torn on, because hardcover is going to be an option. Do I want to do these hardcover? Just so that they last, unlike, you know, a lot of these older guides, which fall apart after years of use. I mean, the point of this guide is that, you know, I'm trying to create like a premium, you know, collector's product here. So it makes sense to me to spend the extra money on making sure it's hardcover. But at the same time, you can't leave like a hardcover guide open as easily as you can paperback. Paperback, yeah, it messes with the binding, but it's easy to leave it open in front of you. A hardcover one is going to keep trying to close itself. Especially one that's going to be as content light as a game like Dragon Warrior 1. Let's be real, there's only so much I can put in this thing. How do you wake up the girl in the treehouse in Dragon Quest VII? I don't remember. It was a 100-hour-long game, and I played it like 3 years ago. But yeah, I am gonna... Anyone who's at the Patreon tier, for however much the book is going to cost and higher, I'll be sending them a copy of the book. Because, you know, if the book is going to be like $10 and you guys are already donating me $10 every month, I feel like, you know, you've been supportive enough that I should send you the book. And at the same time, you know, I want to put a product out there that people who aren't interested in doing any kind of subscription or monthly donation. What am I doing? God, I just habitually ran back in here after 2 hours of this nonsense this morning. I need to go to Hawks. Ah, just cast outside. Just cast outside. What are you doing, Saigan? Do a limited run on hardback? Could offer both options, one for collectors and one for those who actually want to use the guide. I could do that. I mean, there's no reason that I can't offer both. Because a lot of these print-on-demand sites give you multiple options anyways. I thought you were the strategy guide? That's very kind of you, Super Sorrow. Apparently you haven't watched any of my streams. This guide is just as much for me as it is for you. Can you get away with printing something like this with licensed imagery? So there's a bit of a gray area there regarding copyright law and fair use policy. For educational or transformative materials, it's allowed. But fair use isn't a law. It's a defense. And I'd rather just avoid it at all costs. So I'm not going to be including screenshots. I'm going to be including, you know, like hand-drawn maps of the dungeons, and sketches of the monsters. And I'd like to get Perry to do the monster sketches, because I think she would do an awesome job at it, but I also know that it's a lot to ask. But there's been, I don't know, there's been other unlicensed guides that have come out in the past. My favorite Dragon Quest VI guide is a completely unlicensed guide that it has a combination of things in it. On the one hand, the maps in it are all hand-drawn, but on the other hand, the bestiary uses screenshots. So, I don't know, it's a legal gray area, and I'm going to do my best to just avoid it. I do have the screen monsters, or I do have screen captures in the monster listing screen, and I have other screen captures, but they're more of references for things that I'm going to want to include. You know? So that's more reference for me right now for once I get to actually sitting down and hammering out the guide itself. We're still in the process of data gathering. Can I call this the Hitchhiker's Guide to LBRY? I could. I'm probably not going to, though. I'm probably going to use the Sage Advice titling scheme because it's clever and it fits the series. I think it's clever. Of course, I came up with it, so. Yeah, I can't use the font. I can put in the title, this is a guide for Dragon Quest. I'm not claiming ownership of it. And it will be a transformative work. I'm not just, you know, it's not like I'm publishing a script of the game or anything. The Dragon Warrior's Guide to LBRY. I like that. I like that. A Sage Advice book. The Dragon Warrior's Guide to LBRY. Oh yeah, there used to be tons of unofficial guides. But that was before, like, you know, Brady Games and Prima and everybody started popping up. And then we started getting lower and lower quality guides. Like, those unofficial guides that we used to get had all sorts of really great information, and they were actually written by people who played the games. And then Prima and Brady came along, and by and large, kind of monopolized the guide industry and put out weaker products, but they were allowed to use, like, licensed imagery. The Sage's Guide to LBRY? Maybe, but then what would I call the guide for Dragon Quest II? Because Dragon Quest II still takes place in LBRY. The Sage's Return to LBRY? Yeah. It's an option. Why am I fighting a green dragon? Sometimes I pay attention to chat more than I should. Sometimes. All the time. All the time I pay attention to chat more than I should. Nice, Oust. Hey, did you finish the first two areas of Wrath, Aeon of Ruin yet? Further thoughts on that? What is with this Axe Knight? What is with this Axe Knight? Haven't finished the mire yet? Ah. It was an iron spear that I accidentally sold in 7, yeah. Something else that was caused by me paying attention to chat and not the game. It was a lance. You're right. It wasn't a spear. It was a lance. It was the iron lance. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for clearing that up. Thank you for clearing up another one of my failures. I'm wondering if it would be more efficient to just use heal instead of heal more. Not gonna stress over it too much. When is Dragon Quest 12 coming out? It hasn't even been announced, man. That question is gonna be right up there with when is Dragon Quest 10 coming west? Oh, yeah. Only healed for 16 that time. You guys are wrecking me with sleep lately. Any day now. You're a very positive outlook. I don't feel like it's worth it. I feel like just going straight to heal more is a better deal. Same with the remake of Chrono Cross. Xenogears remake, man. A lot of wishful thinking in chat today. I still can't believe that we're going to get a Xenoblade Chronicles remake. We're getting a Xenoblade Chronicles remake before we get an FF6 remake. What kind of world do we live in? When's Shin Megami Tensei 5? Hey everyone, get any deals on this Black Friday? I refuse to be a part of that nonsense. So no. I'm not gonna fight with people for the pleasure of spending money on cheap crap that was produced solely to take advantage of a sales mindset. I'm sorry, that was harsh. Yeah, Phantasy Star Online 2 will be free to play in the West. But seriously, like the TVs and the computers and things that are released for Black Friday sales tend to be really, really cheap. They have worse components in them. The only one really getting a steal on Black Friday is the manufacturers. And the box stores. They're the only ones who are getting a good deal out of Black Friday. It is a sham. Remaster, whatever. It was an impressive looking game for the Wii when it came out. I'm wondering if the remaster is really going to make it look, you know, like a modern... modern game. Also, I wish I could carry my save over from it. Do I want to start Xenoblade Chronicles over? I don't think I do.
Damn good coffee.
I actually have some laptop parts coming in the mail today. My laptop is a Lenovo ThinkPad T530 that I got on eBay for like 50 bucks. And the nice thing about these, the older ThinkPads, is that they're very easy to open up and they have very easily replaced parts, which is odd for laptops, especially in a day and age where manufacturers are doing everything they can to keep you out of laptops, including soldering batteries to the motherboards. And this thing has been great. I'm actually going to be replacing the screen on it and upgrading the screen to a 1080 screen. I've got a mSATA drive arriving today. I mean, this thing already boots up like stupidly quick, and I'm going to be running Ubuntu off of an mSATA drive. It's going to like It's going to be a login before I finish pushing in the power button. I love this thing. I'm wondering if I want to upgrade the CPU in it. Because at this point, it feels like the only real bottlenecking I'm getting on the damn thing is the video card, which is unfortunately integrated. I love this laptop, though. I love this laptop so much. Hey, Rob, welcome back. I did get the thing. It took 42 runs. I have a T530 ThinkPad. I replaced the hard drive in it with a terabyte SSD. I upgraded the RAM to 16 gig. It's getting the mSATA drive today. And it's got a 1080p screen coming in the mail as well. That one I don't expect to get until next week. I could upgrade it to an i7 quad core. It's only got an i5 in it right now, which is certainly not bad. I'm looking at doing one of those, oh, what are they called? There's external GPUs that you can do. Am I going to die to this Axe Knight? Holy crap. How long was I asleep there? Like 5 turns? The one you just looked up has an i7. Some of them, yeah, some of them you could get with an i7. Mine has an i5 in it. I forget what the video card is. Is it behind me? It is actually behind me. Hang on. Let me turn it on and take a look at what video card it has. It's an Intel, which is unfortunate. Ugh. But Intel at this time wasn't as crappy as they are now. I'm also considering getting slice batteries, but the slice batteries that'll fit this thing are like $100. And most of my fun with this laptop is how cheap it's been. Like, it's comparable to laptops that have cost twice as much as I've put into it. ThinkPads are just such amazing little devices. I don't think I would ever buy one brand new, but used, they're a perfect purchase. Might have to pick up one of these someday. I would actually take a look at the 430s. The 430s are apparently even more moddable. But what do we have in here? Yeah, it's got a quad core Intel Core i5. The graphics are an Intel Ivy Bridge Mobile, which I'm not familiar with. Oh, it's not a terabyte drive. It's just 250 gig. Still, this is the little laptop that could, and I've spent less than like $300 on it, and it hands down beats out a lot of the crap that you're going to find at Walmart or Best Buy these days. Unless you're looking at like the big gaming laptops. I mean, I can't compare where GPUs are concerned, but for classic gaming, this thing is wonderful. I could put an i7 in this. I just don't know if I want to bother. Like, with the GPU that's in here, how worth it is it going to be upgrading to an i7? Wonder how common the CPU socket is. It's the same socket that's in the 430. I can get that for you. There's a... Was it this one? This is a great website that's got a ton of 430 mods. No, that's fine. Thank you. The CPU, it's a G2 socket. So I could put a quad-core i7 into my T530. And I've got the power supply for it already. A lot of the power supplies that came with these machines couldn't handle the upgrading a CPU just right out of the box. Not even finding anything on Ivy Bridge mobile graphics. Yeah, me neither. Fortunately, Ubuntu is at the stage of its life where it's really good about finding drivers. So even though I can't find anything about it, Ubuntu has been able to find drivers for the GPU. And like, I've messed around with it. It'll play Dusk just fine. It can run Torchlight 2. I had it running EverQuest 2 the other night because I've been checking out EverQuest 2. It's not a bad little machine. No, not hurt more. Oh, I'm wasting so much MP. And if you look online, like, you can get these things for like $50. Usually without like a hard drive, a battery, an operating system, but that's all stuff that you would want to be upgrading or replacing anyways. Because the hard drives that came with them aren't great. The original batteries that came with them, probably outside of their life cycle now. Operating system, these were around when Windows 7 was a thing. So, you know, you're not going to be running Windows 7 these days. You're either going to be running on Windows 10, which is really well optimized now, or you can be running on Windows XP, depending on, you know, what you're doing, or you're probably running a really fast Linux distribution. Actively playing EverQuest since 1999. Wow! I only recently checked out EverQuest 2. And it's been kind of a... there are two reasons for that. One, my boss at work is a big EverQuest 2 player. He's been multi-boxing for years. And is always talking about it with me. So I'm like, alright, fine, I'll check it out. And then what really broke my back on checking out EverQuest 2 is I was playing Grim Dawn the other day and just wasn't feeling it, and then I found out that there's a Necromancer class included in one of the expansions, so I grabbed that just to play Necromancer, started playing Necromancer, started having a ton of fun with it, because Necromancers in action RPGs are a blast. Why Windows XP over 7? Just game compatibility. I mean, 7 is going to be better about a lot of drivers. But there's some stuff that, like, 7 didn't do as well. There's a T430 on eBay currently bidding for $35 with 2 hours left. You can probably snipe that at 50. I mean, personally, I would probably take 7 over XP, because 7 was... 7 with some service packs on it is going to be pretty good. And XP is only going to run at... Oh, God. What was the RAM limit on XP? Yeah, I really love playing Necromancers in action RPGs, and that got me wondering, are there any MMOs where you can actually play a Necromancer? And sure enough, EverQuest and EverQuest 2 pop up as being Necromancer, as having Necromancer classes. So I rolled a Dark Elf Necromancer on EverQuest yesterday morning. Got him up to level 10. It's cool. I dig it. XP was really, really good. It wasn't worth changing from XP to 7 until, like, Service Pack 2, I think. Since when could Linux run games? Since always. Linux, it's just always been a bit more of a headache to get it running games, but lately, Linux has been killing it in the games department. First of all, not a lot of developers, important developers have been really good about supporting Linux. CD Projekt Red is well known for their support of Linux. Wine has always been an option for running Windows games in Linux. It's not always been a perfect option. But lately, we have things like Lutris, Steam Proton. Steam Proton is freaking phenomenal for running Windows games in Linux. And there's like nothing that you have to do with it. Like, there's a ton of Windows-only games in my Steam library that I can install and play, no fuss, on my Linux laptop, thanks to Proton. Mika Wolfscar Riley. I remember doing this with a pen and paper back in the day. My Gram still has her notebooks from Dragon Warrior 1 through 4. That's awesome. I've been having fun making this guide so far. Well, aside from taking 2 hours to find a death necklace this morning. But yeah, no, that's... We're going to run out of MP before we hit our next level. Oh, we're really close. We're going to heal a bit with Erdrick's armor. Yeah. Proton's amazing. Yes, this is Castlevania music. This is a remix from Aria of Sorrow. Dragon Quest XI Switch, Draconian Guide next. Ha 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 ha. Looks so much like a D&D format. Yeah, that was the idea. It's what I'm most familiar with, so it's what I'm using. I found the rarest artifact in the Dragon Warrior 1 universe, and I sold it, yes. It belongs in a museum! Aria of Sorrow is a really good Castlevania. Agreed. I think it's better than Symphony. Symphony's good. Like, I get it. I get why there's a lot of love for Symphony, and it's also aged really well, but I think that Aria is just better. in almost every department. Not so much in the music department. The music in Symphony is better, but it had the bonus of, you know, being on a CD. I only 100%ed Aria once, but it was good. I do have a wing in my inventory. We don't have to save our MP for this. God, we've gotten so unlucky with sleep. Stop! Oh, God, it's brutal. Don't cast hurt more. Okay, good. What? What is up with his attack power? Wizard's been hitting the gym. Don't breathe fire. That's better. I gave you an idea for your Twitch stream? Awesome. Happy to help. Have I seen what machine learning can do with old PS1 games? I've seen some machine learning stuff with games. It's neat. A $200 Patreon goal, Nier Automata guide. That means playing through it multiple times, not just once, which I already can't stomach because that game is hot garbage, but multiple times. Wow, power increased by 9. I was not expecting any significant stat jumps after 21. Damn. So 101 power, 100 agility, 156 HP, 161 MP. Five levels to go, guys. Yes, I have heard of RetroArch. We were actually... RetroArch came up earlier on this stream today. Me writing a Nier Automata guide would just be... I would create like 300 pages. It would turn into an essay. Looking at why every design decision in that game was wrong. And then at the end saying, but the music was really good. Yep, just another 4,000. It's going to be 4,000 at every level from this point on. Yeah, the first Nier also had really good music. Like, I don't know who they had writing and composing for those games, but top work. What video game had the best music? Ooh. You talking like overall best soundtrack for a video game? Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a really tough one. That's a really fast answer, Oust. I keep hearing really good things about Hat in Time, and it was gifted to me, and I have a USB controller for my computer now. So I could totally play Hat in Time. Oh, Morrowind. Morrowind, I think, is a good choice. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like every time I name a game, I'll be reminded about another game. It really depends on like what I'm into at the time. Can I do franchise? Can I do what video game franchise has the best music? Can I answer that question instead? Because if we're talking franchises, I'm going to say Final Fantasy. As inconsistent as the quality of games have been in Final Fantasy, Nobuo Uematsu has been fantastic the entire time. Octopath Traveler did have really good music also, yeah. You'd accept franchise? Yeah, I'm going to say Final Fantasy then. Because you can definitely make the complaint that Dragon Quest reuses too much music across the entire franchise. It feels like there's less and less new tracks in every Dragon Quest game. But you can't say the same thing about Final Fantasy. Which was more annoying, Navi or low health from Pokemon Navi? Which is more annoying, Navi or the low health beep in Zelda Link to the Past? Guitar Hero has a great composer, whoever he is. I'll allow it, because I know you're joking. I think that the low health beep is worse than Navi. I feel like if you grew up with Ocarina of Time, you might disagree with me. But if you were playing Zelda before Ocarina of Time, that low health beep, man. That low health beep is painful. Because Navi you only hear occasionally. Yeah, you couldn't do anything to shut her up, but she wasn't nearly as constant. That low health beep did not stop. If I had to choose one song from Final Fantasy XIV, which one would it be? I gotta be honest with you, I haven't played a lot of 14 yet, so I can't, I'm gonna abstain from that. Wow, music from Ease. Ocarina of Time, I hate the owl more. Oh, fuck that owl. And then you accidentally talk to him again. Ooh, Battle on the Big Bridge. One of the best pieces of video game music, and unfortunately, it's in Final Fantasy V. And it marks the point in 5 where 5 goes from being a really solid Final Fantasy to being really boring. I love Gilgamesh. I loved fighting him in 12, too. I mean, he even has Erdrick's sword when he's fighting you in 12. A lot of the music in 10 was really good. I loved Jecht's theme. That fight is hot garbage, but I love the music in it. There's so many parts of 10 where I'm like, I hate everything about this except this song. I'm pretty sure that if I went back and played 10 now, though, I would be more forgiving of it. In Final Fantasy, who was the best female character, most useful in and out of battle? Best female character across the franchise. Shantoto. Fight me. My favorite Final Fantasy victory theme? I gotta go old school. The vanilla one. The originator. Poison in FF1 or Zelda beeps? Oh, that hurt. I don't know. Probably Zelda beeps. I'm still gonna say Zelda beeps. Because the poison noise at least stops when you stop moving. The Zelda beep, nothing stops the Zelda beep. White Mage? White Mage is a really good answer. I like that. Yeah, I'm gonna say Shantoto's best female character in the Final Fantasy franchise. Beyond Shantoto, though, Celis from 6, or yeah. Cells from 6. Yeah, I've watched Dragon Ball Z. Almost all of it. I haven't actually seen the Boo saga, of all things. I've watched the original Dragon Ball, I've watched most of Dragon Ball Z, and I've watched Dragon Ball Super. I haven't watched the Boo saga. I started watching it, and they were dealing with Dabura, and it was just, it wasn't keeping my interest. Exactly. Shantoto got shit done. She was a strong and intelligent leader. Bit of a psychopath, but great. I should reread 8-Bit Theater sometime. I solve my problems with violence. Black Belt's my favorite character in 8-Bit Theater. I was incredibly disappointed about what happened to him. Is Shantoto canonically the strongest? I would argue that she is. If Captain Ginyu switched bodies with a fusion after it wore off, would there be 2 Ginyus? My take on this is that the 2 consciouses inside the fusion would wind up in Ginyu's body, and Ginyu would have sole control over the fusion. That is my guess. That is horrifying. Can you imagine if he got like Gogeta? Woof. If you have 2 Captain Ginyus and they fusion dance, what happens? I think that's another important question we need to answer. I really expected you to be a bigger fan of Red Mage. I like Red Mage. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love Red Mage, but not as much as I like Black Belt. And Fighter. Of course I'm a Fighter fan. I think that Ginyu swaps with the stronger of 2 minds. It could be that he swaps with the stronger of the 2 minds. Could also be that he swaps with the weaker of the 2 minds. I don't know. We don't have to worry about it, though, because Ginyu's dead now. Finally. In 13, I liked Snow's answer to everything. I liked Snow also. I didn't finish 13, but what I played of 13, I liked Snow. I don't understand why people hated Snow. You know who I didn't like? That kid who hated Snow. What was his name? Like Hope or something? Did not care for that kid. Captain Ginyu versus Kirby. What? Why? Why? Why, though? The kid with Alexander? I think so. The one whose mom died at the beginning of the game, and he was just, like, pissed off at Snow the entire time. Lightning or Squall? I gotta say Squall, but I didn't really get to know Lightning very well during the time that I spent playing 13. She seemed kind of like female Cloud to me. That's what Lightning felt like from what I played of 13. That's probably totally off base because, you know, I saw less than 10% of the game. But, you know, Snow was a very obvious character. Like, I felt, you know, like, I knew who Snow was and what drove him pretty early on. I did not get that feeling with Lightning, so I can't really comment too much on her personality. What is the most tragic thing for me in Final Fantasy? Either when Celis throws herself off the cliff in 6 after Cid dies, or when Tidus disappears at the end of 10 and Yuna tells his disappearing form that she loves him. Oh, God! Again, didn't care much for 10 at the time that I played it, but that killed me. Who is a worse father, Goku or Shao Tucker? Shao Tucker. Really? I mean, I know Goku's not great, but of course Tucker is worse. Yeah, and then 10-2 happened and completely undid a beautiful, bittersweet ending of 10. Ah, I are to sleep again. I haven't played Type 0, so I have no idea. I have no idea what Type 0 is even about. I know it's a Final Fantasy game. That's all I have. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know what it plays like. I don't even know what system it's on. Oh, man. After Years was bad. After Years was like a fan game. And not even a good one. See, I like most of 10 too. I just don't like the perfect ending in it. I think that 10-2 is a lot of fun for what it is. Especially following up just the constant depressing storyline in FF10. 10-2 is like this nice change of pace. Like you're getting to have fun and like kind of lighthearted adventures in Spira now that it's been saved, instead of this constant dread hanging over you. Oh god, Dirge of Cerberus. That game was a mess. I couldn't get into it at all. I think I played maybe 15 minutes. I was really excited for it too, and then I played it, and it was just, it was a mess. It was a mess to play. You'd mention another post game, but it's a curse word here. Would it be Route B in Nier? Is that what you're aiming at? We hate? I am still asleep. Axe Knights suck. That's FF1 related. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the Dawn of Souls post game. Stop putting me to sleep. Oh my god. That's 4 turns. You think Firewolf left? I don't know. I'm willing to bet good money that he's lurking. The only thing that can explain this luck. Oh, nope, there he is. That's his name again. He's like Beetlejuice. Firewolf, Firewolf, Firewolf. It's showtime! I've actually been sleeping really well lately, so I don't think that theory holds up. We got a weighted blanket, and it is the best thing ever. I used to have really bad insomnia, and I'd wake up at like the drop of a hat, and it hasn't been happening since we got this weighted blanket. I love it. I love it so much. And before Firewolf was replaced the ROM on the cart with a very specialized variant of Dragon Warrior that'll make this guide not match up to anyone else's. That'd be funny, except I feel like I know this game well enough to know that this is Dragon Warrior. Except for the constant getting put to sleep. Why are you not dead? You know, I was just trying to get some HP back, and now... Oh my god, 24 damage from Hurtmore. What the... God damn it. Firewolf! I don't know how you're doing this, but I know it's you. Yes, this is a remix of what you think it is. It's not techno, though. It's just a remix. Stop with the sleep. Yeah, it's FF7. It's a remix of One Winged Angel. Which, oh man, if we're talking about FF7, who here has listened to Mega Ran? The Black Materia album. Is anyone here familiar with Mega Ran? Okay, so that's 2 people. We got like 15 watching right now. Oh yeah, River City Handsome. That's a good album. All right, you guys need to hear the One Winged Angel. It's so good.
With my anguish, but I've been recreated, and I'm biding my time, calculated and waited for my moment to rise and reap my repentance. My whole life was a lie. Everything I loved and held sacred was spit on, defiled, poisoned, corrupted, and tainted. I died as a human, cast down and forsaken. My soul was exhumed, reborn a one-winged angel. I'm burning this world in hellfire, tearing apart. I've had my revenge, but revenge wasn't enough. Look at these corporations.
I cut the head off a snake, so an angel with one wing is next to nothing. Gotta let you know one thing, we are coming. Behold a pale horse, a storm with gale force. His power is unstoppable, and therefore he's at the center of the earth, so we travel there. His shadow flare almost knocked me out my battle gear. The supernova is ferocious, destroy your solar system just to hit us with a dosage. Pluto gone, Jupiter, Mercury roasted. Feel like dying, but somehow I'm focused. Level 99, my combat's explosive. For your heinous crimes, you must be demoted. Limit break, omni slash, blades enter his body fast. Savage catastrophe, hit him with multi-shotty blast. Tifa does a part 2, beat rush, somersault, water kick. Sephiroth eats all of it. Emergency, ain't no time for calling 911. How you stop hell? I know, final heaven. We face to face, man to man, sword to sword. His bloody body explodes, and it turns to oils. Didn't do it for fame, didn't do it for gain, but I still get a chill whenever I hear the name. The meanest, the illest, the most villainous killer with millions rocking the sword and have a silver wrist. Product of an experiment going wrong, burn the village down, every stone gone. His name is Black Materia, media spell caster, gas master, many come before but none come after. Sephiroth, better get the stepping off. Never solve minute, when you get your weapon off. Sephiroth. Holy. Holy.
Yeah, and then it goes into this whole thing with holy, but yeah, you get the gist. It's a good album. I definitely recommend checking out Mega Ran's stuff on YouTube. Support him on Bandcamp, grab an album or two. Nice guy. He was at Colorado Springs Comic-Con a couple of years ago. Got to talk to him briefly. He did about a half-hour long talk about gamercore or nerdcore. Power 4, ability 5, hit point 6, magic point 7. Not a bad level. Saw him in a concert a year or two ago with MC Lars. That sounds like it would be a fun show. I like Lars also. A guy I used to work with was, he had chess club with Whitey Cracker back in high school. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Abyss! What's up, man? Thanks for the sub. Yep, just another 4,000. That is consistent. I mean, I knew it would be, but I've never honestly leveled this high. Yep, back to the guide. Still never beat Streets of Rage 1. I like Streets of Rage. I can't wait for the 4th one to come out. I'm gonna have to fight tooth and nail to get it on limited run for the Switch, but I can't wait for it to come out. Yep, another 4,000 XP to go. To level 27. We're going for 30. I can't qualify myself on being enough of an expert on Dragon Quest to write a guide for it if I've never hit level 30. The gas station got robbed yesterday morning. Oh, that sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Final goal would be 64K if things stay consistent. So, well, let's check. So, level 28 would be 5,800 or 58,000. 29, that puts it at 62,000. 66,000 is our final goal for level 30 then, I think. Path of Exile economy sucks this late in the league. Everything's expensive. No one's buying anything to let you make money. That sucks. Have you checked out Grim Dawn is on sale on Steam right now for like $6. If you have an action RPG itch that needs scratching and Path of Exile is frustrating you, I would definitely suggest checking out Grim Dawn. It's alright, Amoeba. Some people are better at different kinds of math. Perry is really good at like high-end math and like weird words and numbers that I don't know what they are. But she sucks at arithmetic. I'm good at arithmetic, and you know, together we create a fully functioning mathematician. Because she'll nail the hard stuff, and then she'll mess up like 5 + 7. Would be amusing if 29 to 30 was only 2K. That would not hurt my feelings if they did that. I'm kind of ready to be done with this grind. And the time that it's taken for me to gain 5 levels and find the death necklace, somebody else could have beaten this game. Am I good at Pythagoras' theorem? Is that, the a squared plus b squared is equal to c squared? In terms of determining the length of sides and triangles, is that the right one? Am I thinking of the right one? I used to be pretty good at geometry. I don't really use it day to day, and haven't since I took geometry. Oh, it is a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Ha! I remembered. The old brain's not gone yet. Can't remember to equip a copper sword, but my math teacher would be incredibly proud of me right now. She'd be like, oh, good. He did learn something. Oh, the U.S. education system sucks at more than that. Our schools really need to focus on teaching kids how to learn instead of just drilling them with, things to memorize. I feel that would solve a lot of the problems. Is this too close to politics? This might be too close to politics. Let's move away from this. Let's just play it safe on that one. I love that Phantasy Star 2 is so freaking challenging that, like, you would rather play Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Like, Phantasy Star 2 is hard. I'm gonna play Nocturne. That says a lot. You know what's going to be super annoying? If this guide does well and people want more of them, at some point I'm going to have to grind to max level in Dragon Quest 2. Hey, Blind Ronin, what's up, man? And then still die to Pazuzu's sacrifice. I just hope that when Phantasy Star 2 Online releases, it will be available to Europe too. I want to say, I don't know. They said two things. It was coming to the Xbox in English, and that it would also be cross-platform. So I'm assuming it's also coming to PC or maybe some other systems here. I know it recently got a Switch port in Japan. Oh, British idiot. No, I'm one of those people who sucks at algebra. I'm bad at algebra. That was where I ran into trouble. It was Algebra 2. I failed Algebra 2 twice before I passed that class. It might have been the teacher, because I had a fantastic teacher the third time around and I was able to pass it. I mean, she was the kind of teacher that they make like biopics about for like a straight to TV movie. Just that like perfect teacher who actually really cares about her students and wants them to learn. She was awesome. I never got around to asking, how did you get the name Saigan Cat? Ah, this story. So, I have had the name Saigan as my handle since Phantasy Star Online came out on the GameCube. And at the time, I was really into Panzer Dragoon and a lot of anime, a lot of edgelord anime. And I thought that it would be really cool if I named my character Sieben. German for 7 in reference to the 7 sins. And I even had this plan that I was going to do the whole challenge mode thing where you can make your own weapon afterwards and name it. And I was going to make a weapon for each of the 7 sins. I was drunk when I made my character. And I accidentally wrote out Saigan instead. And I did not honestly notice until I'd gone too far. I was like, I stayed up and I played through normal mode and hard mode in one sitting. And by the time I noticed the next day, I was like, crap. Whatever, we'll just leave it there. Pray tell, which ones are we talking about? Oh God, what was out at the time? Shoot. I want to say Better Man was out at the time. This was like 2002. Berserk, I think, was one of the ones I was watching at the time. The cat part, I like cats, and I added cat onto the end of my name when I started on YouTube, because somehow Saigan was already taken as a username. So I added cat to the end. That's it. That's why there's a cat at the end of my name. Yeah, I guessed it. Saigan was taken, so I became Saigan Cat. I've actually run into a couple of places where Saigan Cat is taken. So then I'll go with Lord Saigan. And I've run into places where Lord Saigan is taken and Saigan Cat is taken. So I use Lord Saigan Cat. Do I own the famous oversized GameCube keyboard controller? I absolutely do. I played Smash Brothers Melee on that controller. I love that controller. I still have it. It is sitting behind me. You want one too? I think they've gotten expensive. I saw one in a game store here in town a while ago, and I want to say it was over the $100 price point. You need to be online for Phantasy Star Online for the GameCube. You do not! You can totally play that one offline. However, if you are able to track down an Ethernet adapter for the GameCube, you can still play on private servers pretty easily. Just asking, might try the ROM of it. Just honestly, man, play Blueburst. Find a private server for Blueburst and play that instead. Throw a USB controller in and have at it. It's the kind of controller you show up to locals with to get into the other guy's head, right? Oh, British idiot. There's more to algebra than that. That is the basic explanation of algebra, but it gets more complicated. No, you can. So, Blueburst is the PC release of Phantasy Star Online, and there's a bunch of private servers that still run it. Clink is recommending Affinia as it's the closest to classic PSO, which I normally say Stack because it's pretty well known, but I understand that there's also a lot of drama on Stack. A lot of differences in opinion in how it's going. But if there's one that's close to classic PSO, then I would try Affinia. Blueburst is always online, but again, it's PC. It released on XP. You can run it. Yeah, you're welcome. Phantasy Star Online is a fantastic game. It's probably going to feel kind of clunky by today's standards. But man, at the time, it was groundbreaking. This is not Metal Man. This is Snake Man. Okay, quick bio break. I will return momentarily. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna grind out one more level. Then Perry and I have chores we want to take care of. Oh, but it's Black Friday. Home Depot is not going to be bad on Black Friday, right? Right? I usually do such a good job about not leaving the house on Black Friday. It's been years. Years! But Home Depot should be fine, right? It probably is just Norton being sucky, Rob. Why are you using Norton? Windows Defender is so much better than Norton. And it's free. Avast isn't what it used to be, but it's still probably better than Norton. Like, don't use Norton antivirus or McAfee. Just Eee. I want. I'm on vacation right now, but it is my job to fix computers, and I want to clean yours if you have Norton on it. You got a virus already because of Avast. I can promise you Avast didn't give you a virus. What happened was you went somewhere or did something that gave you a virus that Avast didn't catch. No antivirus is perfect. The most dangerous thing to any computer is the user. Like downloading a program and not unchecking the boxes. Yeah. That's when you go over to like your parents' house and they say their computer is running slow and they have like 10 toolbars and they're running Internet Explorer. Their homepage is Yahoo. yeah, Oust knows. Oust knows. When people ask me to help with a computer like that, my answer has always been only if I can salt the earth and start over. I am not going to try and clean this for you in any way aside from nuking it from orbit and rebuilding. Turns out her dad was just looking at porn incorrectly. Well, yeah, I mean, that's how most people get viruses, is they go to shady websites looking for porn instead of just looking for porn through trustworthy sites. Also, they're not using ad blockers. It's really important to have ad blockers these days because so many ads contain malware. And people think, oh, it blocks ads. I don't need that. This is how these places get their money. You want an ad blocker. Ads are filled with so much malware these days. You should be able to adjust the screen ratio in the settings. Not in like the game settings, but if you go into the settings file, you should be able to adjust it in there. is that Halo music. Actually, you are really close, Oust. This is from Marathon. I wonder if they had Marty O'Donnell composing. I wonder if it's the same composer, because it was Bungie. This is a remix from Nights. Nights into Dreams. How appropriate, a night is making me dream right now. Making me dream of being done. Tim Hogan says, I like all of your Dragon Quest stuff, Saigan Cat. I am playing FF3 on the DS. Cool. Think about get NSL? I have no idea what that means. What is my opinion of Dragon Quest Builders 2 coming to PC? Yay. Yay for PC players. I don't know. I mean, more Dragon Quest in more places is better, right? Oh, come on. One more. And then we'll hit level 27. Ugh. I feel like we hardly got anything done today. It's just been all grind. And I get we're close to the end of this guide, like really, really close to the end of the data collection process, but man! It's a lot more fun using Hallelujah and Electrolyte to grind. I tell you what. Ding, 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 ding. Courage and wit have served thee well. Thou hast been promoted to the next level. Thy power increases by 7. Nice. That was a good one. Oh, good hit point. Good magic point gain too. That was a good level. I was really working under the assumption that everything was going to be negligible from this point on, and it's really not. We have gained 20 attack power since level 1, or level 21. Can I imagine the mods people are gonna make for Builders 2? Probably a lot of nude Malroth mods. Maybe I'm just projecting. I don't know. If I make a guide for the new versions of Dragon Quest 1, then yes, Kiba. But again, it's going to be entirely based on whether or not this one is at all successful. And I don't even know how I'm going to calculate what successful is for this thing. I feel like I should send review copies out too. I don't know who to send them to though. Which stat game did you choose based on your name? You don't really choose it. I don't know. I wasn't paying too much attention to it. For the purpose of the guide, I am going to make a note that stat games are estimates and that everybody is going to have different experiences with their stat gains dependent on their name. And the stats that I am including in the guide are a rough estimate of what you might expect from level to level. Yeah, another 4,000. The rule is holding true. Yeah, this is the NES version. This is the NES cart. I'm not emulating right now. All right. Perry and I have crap we got to do. So I'm going to leave you guys for a while. Yeah, I know. It really wasn't that crazy at the time. It was their way of trying to copy wizardry and randomized stats and stat growth in characters. Because early Dragon Quest was much more akin to Dungeons and Dragons. Because it's got that wizardry and Ultima heritage. I know there's info on it. It's not going to be a systems guide. I'm not going to be including, this is how you determine your stat growth. I'm not going to be including, this is how damage is calculated. This is how the RNG tables work. It's not going to be that kind of guide. All right, I'm out. I will talk to you all later.